Mic check. Mic check. Mic check. Hello. Shalom. Hear me now? Hola. Hello. 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 Is it me you're looking for? I can see it in your eyes. I can see it in your smile. I long to tell you something. Yo, yo, yo. Amir, Matthew, Sam, Ahmed, Joe, Brishy Boy, Rexy, Antos, Zoran or Zoran, whatever you whatever you know, however you know it's pronounced, mate. Sorry. Good, safe. How are you, mate? How's the PS5, buddy? Sarah, stop talking to the cats on the cameras. I heard you. Michael, how's it going? Top Cat, hello. Carl, how's it going? Snowy. Repairizone, I always struggle to say that name. X-Pain, Recti, thank you, mate. PS5 stream is amazing, awesome. Tom, Glenn, Nikolai, good evening. Close Slug, what's funny, you kept looking at me. Yeah, I heard ya. Raj, how's it going? Nimble Bits, Sockchicken, good evening. Good evening, Pops. How's it going? Oh look, consolefix.shop got me some new tweezers, look. How nice are they? Andrew. Is one of the kids downstairs? No, don't think so. There wasn't just. Unless they've snuck back down. Sean, Joe, Tio, good evening. Cheers, Rexy, thanks, mate. Oh dear. Oh. Alright, I'm going to get straight into this one actually. Well, I'm going to roll myself a smoke and I'm going to get straight into it. Have my subby prick. Cheers, Jinxie. Long time, mate. How's it going? Antos, thank you, mate. Appreciate you, buddy.
Antos 1977 just resubscribed for 16 months.
Cheers, Antos. Elvis, Spanner, Lewis, or Louis. I can hear banging from downstairs. I'm sure it's fine. It's probably the cats. Raj has come over to Twitch. Hello. Bugsy OG, Tom, Kate, Robbo. Has the only fans of resub for 3 months. Ha! There's a massive delay. Nothing I can do about that, mate. I'm only streaming to restream. It'll be a restream thing. Sorry. Absolutely nada that I'll be able to do on that one, buddy. I haven't, Carlos, no.
cheers.
I will take a look later, mate.
Good evening, Phil, and everyone.
Thank you,
in
buddy.
chat. Did you manage to read my message on Discord, mate?
No, I'll take a look later, mate. CJ, Darth Star. Yeah, I'm going to get straight in. So, a little bit of an update. Well, number one, I've only got 2 sheets left to put on the OSB. So I've got some pictures there. Well, 2 sheets and a bit of offcuts. That was from before I put all the sheets on, but yeah. And I have cancelled my account with my Mailbox because, and this is related to this. Cheers, Spanner.
Spannerfix just resubscribed for 13 months. Do I get something special?
Yeah, one of them. Yeah, this is related to this. This is the second console that they haven't given to me in the past 4 weeks. I had a customer call me up this morning, literally like 9 o'clock this morning, asking about an update on his console. Sent it in on the 6th. Well, sorry, it was delivered on the 6th, and I hadn't received it. So I've cancelled my membership with the Mailbox. I've signed up for a PO box, but I've got to wait till the 26th for that to become active. Yeah. Cheers, Kate. Thank you. I'll say Bertie because I can't pronounce the first name. Welcome. How's it going? Yeah, I can't wait, mate. Yeah. Managed to rob the rest of the fence panels. I took them down. E-Repair, how's it going, mate? Yeah, so this is the second time in a month, and like 1 time, fair enough, it's a mistake, whatever, but 2 times in a month, no. So yeah, luckily the customer understands, and he's okay with it. But yeah, I'm just sick of it, and with Royal Mail it's cheaper, so yeah, I'll be getting a PO box. The Superior End, welcome. 5 stream streaks, nice. Not the first time Mailbox done this, no. FLC, welcome. Sorry if I missed anyone. David, how's it going, buddy? So yeah, it's fairly straightforward. I wouldn't normally do this on stream, but I did say because of the situation I'd deal with it today. So, you know, even though I only received it literally at 2 o'clock. Saffron, welcome. But yeah, we got no picture. No display. Let's just give the cable a wiggle. I'm going to reset my capture card just to make sure it's not that. It is not that. We get no display at all. Fighting Cody for the blankie. Ha! Thank you, CJ Fighter. Appreciate that. Right, I'm just going to clean the HDMI cable. Make sure it's not that. I'm going to rule everything out. I'll just pop some IPA on the cable. I did do a Series X for my sister this afternoon, and the HDMI was playing up. But that was my cable again. It was only a disk drive repair. Still nothing. Let's plug it into my microscope just to make sure. Yeah, there we go. So that's picked up my microscope. So my capture card's working. Andrew, how's it going? Joseph, Andy. So yeah, no display. Alright. HDMI port looks fine. It's going to be the retimer, yeah. Most likely going to be the retimer anyway. So I wouldn't normally do these no displays on stream, but I want to get to it now because he's already been waiting since the 6th, and that's taking the piss. So I've cancelled the account anyway. So if you plan to send anything in, don't. Did the Xbox One get hacked? It's been exploited, yeah. The last Streamlabs comment is incomplete. It sends it as a next row. It should have sent it below, unless it's not updating for you. Hey, hype train. Cheers, Draco. Emron, thank you.
Ron just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you for the sub, Emron. Appreciate it. I'm good, Jordan. How are you, mate? Retrofit 2 TB in 1 TB after the new model drops. Yeah, it'll be possible. Assuming we can get the drive. I reckon we'll be able to make a 2 TB Series S as well, to be honest. Look, the only issue is getting the drives, like getting hold of the drives. Evening, Kevin. How's it going, mate? I am skilled. Welcome as well, mate. Joel, Xbox 360 games are going crazy. What, because of the exploits? Oh, damn, this is clean. For an Xbox One S, this is clean. Damn. Customer got the Hoover on it, probably. I went to get the Hoover on my console the other day, but it sucked. Ha! Got him! I told you not to disturb me while I'm cleaning my room! Hi, Cindy. Cheers, MacGyver. Thank you, mate. Yeah, I got my OSB, mate. Yeah. I've got 2.5 sheets left to put up tomorrow. Plasterboard's in the house, just sitting there doing nothing at the minute. It is a great film, yeah. Yeah, I managed to get the OSB. I got it fairly cheap. Oh dear. Oh dear. What have we got? This ain't good. This ain't good at all. It's no wonder it's clean. It's been worked on. And not very well. I see burn marks all over the HDMI circuit. Not good. And definitely not the perfect amount of thermal paste. He's going to ban me. Nah. Right, let's not make that mistake again. I'm sure you all remember what happened. Alright. I see a little bit of flux on the board. Gotta move, someone's really fucked this up and... Oh no. What have they done to your poor little Xbox? Oh damn it. Jody, thank you for the channel sponsor. I appreciate it. Yeah, this is a little bit messed up. Thank you, X-Pain.
X-Pain tipped $4.20.
Thank you, X-Pain. Appreciate it. Alright, take it easy, phone. Oh, it was just PayPal. Never mind. Thank you for the 420, X-Pain. I appreciate it. We don't want to rain. No, nor me, because I haven't finished putting the felt on the shed. I'm one row short. Yeah, so someone's put a TDP on here, but not very well. There's no solder on the damn thing. I think what I'll do first, I'll clean everything up. So I'm going to heat it all up and just clean up all this flux. I think I'm just going to resolder this to start with, to be honest. I'll see how it goes. Just take it off, resolder it, see if it fixes the issue. So, the story behind this, the customer said that he was given to it by a friend or a family member, I think, and the customer, the person who gave it to him said, if you can fix it, you can have it, basically, for free. So, no wonder. I don't know where it's been in the past. Been trying to contact your Series X with a broken CD drive, stop feeding disc. What a fix would cost roughly. If it's the actual disc drive, I would charge £60. That's the cost of a disc drive and a bench fee. Basically, just a little bit of time. It costs £30 for a new to buy a new disk drive, so it'd be like a £30 bench fee plus the cost of the drive, and then obviously the return shipping on top of that. I don't charge a lot for disk drives in terms of, you know, fee labour costs, because it's a fairly straightforward job. The only problem is at the minute I can't take any repairs until the 26th because I don't have a mailbox. Cody's going to sleep finally. McCall, Alex, Steelfix, Raphael, long time no see. Thank you, mate. I appreciate it. Welcome. £5.20 install FIFA. Yeah, absolutely no solder at all on that. On those pads, it's never going to work like that. But yeah, the solder hasn't contacted it at all. Look, someone's literally just took the chip off and tried to drop a new one straight on without retinning anything. So that's probably not going to accept solder now. So I'm going to need to tin it. £100 from CEX, damn. Yeah, if you can wait until the 26th, mate, and then drop me an email. I will have a new PO box on the 26th. If you rewind like 10 minutes, I went over why. The TLDR is basically that the company I was using failed to give me 2 customers' consoles in the space of a month. I got them eventually, but like it's just unacceptable. So I've cancelled the mailbox today. So I can't take any jobs at the minute, unfortunately. I've basically got to wait like a week before I can start taking jobs in. Right, so there's the chip tin, so that's ready to accept solder now. Or rather, ready to be installed on the board. No worries, John. No problem, mate. Maybe, Bugsy, maybe. Yeah, look at that. Look at the state of that. It's just insane. But what I'm going to do with this, because this is really oxidized, and I just don't trust it. So I'm tinning all these pads here. But then I'm going to wick it all away. I know you might think that's a waste of time, but it's going to get rid of all of the oxidation. Because just tinning it alone sometimes doesn't get rid of all the oxidation. And just given the circumstance of how this has been treated, I don't trust this board in the slightest. I'll do what I can to get it working, but... See, if you look at that, look, you can see there's still oxidation on the board. Some of those pads. But the solder blade will basically scrape the pads back. Like that, look. They don't have to be clean, I just need to get rid of the oxidation off them. I'm going to grab a donor board in a second, make sure we're not missing any caps. Dang it. Alright. Yeah, I should get it working. This should be fine. That's accepting solder a lot easier now. Right, let's just get rid of that excess solder. There was quite a bit under that chip. I'll press down on the chip now. There we go. Okay. Gorgeous. Maybe Covalt. Sorry for butcher that name, mate. I'm terrible at names. Okay. Look at those solder joints. There we go, modificator. Look at those joints. Gorgeous. Beautiful, mate. Thank you, John. Yeah, it's not as difficult as I make it look. Right. I'm going to just clean all this off. It does look fresh, to be honest, but meh. Ugh, way too much on here, that's for sure. I mean, too much thermal paste. Well, there's no such thing as too much thermal paste. All it's going to do is just make a mess. But you would still cool it adequately, but like, just look at that. Like, it's almost impossible to clean up. It would still cool it adequately. It just makes a mess. Doesn't look very good. I'm cleaning it up as best I can. Oh, yeah, Vince is good. Vince is a good guy. Yeah, see, they haven't even cleaned the old thermal paste off here, look. Look how crispy it is. Whoever's worked on this hasn't even cleaned the old thermal paste off. They've just put fresh thermal paste on the top, which is why I wanted to clean it off as well, because you never know. Yeah, Vince and Steve, they're good people. I might be going for a beer with Vince in the summer. Amongst Vince and a few other people. Alright, there we go. Just brush this down because it ain't been cleaned right. Can't go on 17th of August. Why? What's happening on the 17th of August? I don't really drink either, but yeah. A bad APU can cause white light to death, but it's unlikely. It's not very common. Forgetting your stepson's birthday. His birthday's not on the 17th, dear. His birthday's on the 20th, dear. I did do a reball by hand, yeah. So are you forgetting your son's birthday? Oh, his party. Oh, okay. We're a bit of a way off August yet. We're 2 months away. Exactly 2 months away. Alright, let's see if that fixed it. But this is why I'm not putting it back together yet, just in case. She couldn't blast a water gun. Magic. Yeah, magic. Do you believe in magic? Scoop, scooby dooby doo bop, scoop, scooby dooby 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 doo bop. Yeah, magic. Skiddly wop, skiddly wop, whoa, we don't. Oh, we don't skiddly wop, liddly whoa, sweet. I was thinking about that song. No, there won't be any data on this. He's done that factory reset thing with the buttons. Skiddly wop whoa, we don't. Oh, we don't skiddly wop liddly whoa, sweet. I'm broad, I'm broad, I'm broader than Broadway. Yes, I'm broad, I'm broad. I'm broader than Broadway. I was thinking about doing some actual courses explained, to be honest. Is it a Chinese Xbox? No, it just skips through the languages. Right, let me just sync up a controller. Sir 2, good evening. I think I got a chubby. Right. Controller sync works. I might have to switch off the display. How's it going, Darren? And hello to Mo. She likes you singing. I don't know why. Purely self-taught, John. Well, I mean, I watched a few videos and stuff, but a lot of it I did learn myself. Shilly up whoa. It's going to ask me to update now, isn't it? Oi. It's crashed. Yeah, it wants to update. The reanimator. Right, let me see if I can sign in with the Xbox app actually. How do you sign in? Yeah, I got it. I got it. I was looking for it on the app and it just wouldn't show me the option in the menu. It is an Xbox. DJ Russy Russ, thank you. I appreciate the support, mate. Jordan Scotty, what's your name? Because I've tried to get in touch with you several times and I can't find fucking emails from you. I've tried several times to get in touch with you and I don't know your name. Thanks, Stephen. How's it going, Nick? Xbox, McCall. Definitely Xbox. I don't think security is really the issue. In terms of exploits, Xbox is more secure, but like security, there's no issues. Joe, I don't know your name off a username on Twitch. I've said this before. I've said this time and time again. I don't know. I can't correlate a username with an actual name because it's a username. So if I don't know who I'm talking to, then I can't look into it, can I? I've said this time and time again. How's it going, Shane? It's coming along, mate. It's getting there. All right, then just don't tell me your name then. Fine. Just whatever. You know what? If you're not going to tell me your name, then how can I search for anything? I can't search for anything through a username on Twitch, can I? Think about it. I can't do nothing without a name. So, I don't know what you want me to do. I said this last time you came in. It was like, what, about 3 months ago? Well, if they want me to deal with it, you're going to have to give me his name. Because I can't do anything without it. Meet at normal spot. Just message me on Discord. Send me a DM on Discord. And I can look into it. I can't look into it if I don't know who I'm talking to. I wouldn't say that, Raj. He just won't give me his name. So if he's not going to give me his name, see you in court. Take me to court. Like that's all I can say. Like if you're not going to give me your name, just take me to court, and I'll deal with it in court. That's the end of it. Because I'm sick of saying the same thing over and over again. If you won't give me your name, take me to court, and we can get your name from court. Like, that's the end of it. How's it going, Derek? Because he's saying I've got his laptop demo and he won't give me his name so I can find out what the hell's going on. He's been saying it for 3 months, but he won't give me his fucking name. So how am I meant to deal with it? I can't see your email address. Jesus. I've said all of this before. I can't see your email address on Twitch and I can't see your... No, you came in here 3 months ago and said the same thing, and I asked you for a name then and you wouldn't give it me. I can't see an email address on Twitch. It doesn't show me. I can't see people's personal details. All I can see is what you can see, a username. So if I can't see if I can't see a name, I can't see an email address, what am I meant to do? You came in here 3 months ago. I haven't seen your name. Just message me with your name and I will look into it. I'm not sure what happened to Jason, mate. Just message me name and I'll look into it. That's all I can say. Literally, that's all I can say. Or send me a whisper on here. I don't think he's trolling, but at the end of the day, if he sends me a name, I can look into it. Send me a whisper on here and I'll look into it. Just give me your name or your email address on here. In fact, no, just give me your name and your email address on a whisper. And then I'll look into it tomorrow morning. Because right now it's 23:28. So Travis got a new job, Rishi. But he could send me a whisper on here, though. It's not hard to send a whisper. It's all good. That's literally it. If he sends me his name or I can't deal with it. That's literally it. Right, this is done. God, these old Xboxes are slow. It's all good. That's all I'm going to say on it. No, Xbox Game Pass is a scam. Right, you're going to pick up 4K? Yep. There we go. It's working in 4K. Lovely old spinning hard drives. Lovely old spinning hard drives. $4K. Picking up network. Test the disk. They can take any title off at any minute, yeah. How's it going, Beeps? Good to see you, mate. Right, are you going to pick up my very, very, very scratched up disc? Yes, you are. Okay. Cool. Not going to sit there and wait for 80 gig to install, though. No, thank you. No, it got wiped. They pressed the buttons. There we go. My account is deleted and done. Yeah, that was nice and easy. Just a very badly soldered HDMI retimer. I will take it. So in this case, because of the situation on this, because of the fact that the mailbox messed up and didn't give me this for a couple of weeks, and the fact that I haven't actually had to put any parts on it, I'll probably just charge a £40 bench fee on this rather than my normal 60 quid for the retimer. I think the customer's watching, so yeah, I'll just charge a bench fee on this. I'll invoice him in the morning. Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas O'Donnell donated $2. So what are we doing today?
We are going to be working on a couple of PS5s next, I think. No, I want to deal with it, John. It's just so I can't do anything without his name. I said the same thing 3 months ago, and I never got the name. If I did, I would have dealt with it. Because he's going on saying I've got his laptop. Why would I want a fucking broken laptop? Like, really? Yeah, it's really worth me losing my entire income source for a broken fucking laptop. Keep my wife's name out your mouth. You know what I find funny about that? They was laughing. It'd have to be Hunter Biden's fucking laptop to me for me to risk that. Whoops. Damn it. I'm going to say it. Wrong hole. Hate it when I do that. Oh, the disk drive ain't in. That might help. That might help. It weren't the wrong hole. It was just there was nothing inside it. Thank you, Thomas.
Thomas O'Donnell donated $2. What time is it there?
It is 11:39 PM, mate. That thread's knackered. There we go. Yeah, it'd be nice there. This is missing a screw. There's one there. I use that. Alright. Job done.
Just subscribed on Twitch.
I cannot pronounce that name, but thank you. I really appreciate that. There we go. Job done. Console back together. Ready to go back out. Well, as soon as it's been paid for. A little bit of dust in that disk drive there. Yeah, there we go. Nice and easy.
Thomas O'Donnell donated $2. My lady friend wants to know how old you are.
I'm 35, mate. Thank you, buddy. I'm 35. 36 on October the 24th. Remember that date. I always live stream on my birthday. Because I'm a money grabbing bastard. Right, on to the next one, I guess. On to the next one. I do need a little bit of a refresher because the next one is one that got sent in a few weeks ago. But he sent 2 more. So I'm pretty sure I did a video on the first one. But he sent 2 more since well, he sent 2 more which I've picked up today. Bear with me. I'm almost sure that I did a video on it. No, I didn't. I think I live streamed it. Can't remember when though. Right, let me just turn my it's not that live stream. Don't think it was that one. I did work on a PS5 on that. I can't remember what's wrong with it. I haven't put it back together because I was waiting for the other consoles to come because he wants me to try and make one out of the 3. Let me get rid of that. Right, this is the original one. What's wrong with it? This is the original one that he sent me. What's actually wrong with it? What is it? Long pulsing blood? Yeah, so I didn't put it back together because obviously I was waiting for him to send me a couple more. It's got a bit dusty in a couple of weeks he's been sat there though. What is it? Lung pulsing blood? Four screws, yeah. Yeah, it's lung pulsing blood. I think this console was dropped. I'm pretty sure of it. Pretty sure this console. Oh no! Oh, sorry. Hang on. Yes, now I remember. It shuts off on its own. I think I actually got it to turn on and display, but it was shutting off on its own. So I partially got it working. And it shut off on its own. So what he wants me to do is try and make 1 out of 3. So he sent 2 other PS5s over. One of them's got a 108255 error code, which I can't fix. Well, I mean, I can try and fix it, but I don't think I'll be able to. Because the 108205... 108255 error code's a pain in the ass. I mean, I can replace the SSD controller and whatnot, but normally it's not fixable. So basically, I've got another one here from the same customer. I think this one belonged to one of his customers, and he bought it off him. I think, I don't know. I've got another one here, and the note on this one says, South Bridge short repaired, needs some sort of IC, used HDMI retimer. So he's got a note on it. I'm going to be careful because they're not put together. He sent them as they are. I did tell him to just leave them as they are if they've got, you know, screws missing and whatever. Just because it's easier. So I think these are like basically donor consoles. I just said I'd try my best to get one working out of the 3. The one thing I haven't tried on that is the power supply. So I might try that in a bit. But yeah. How's it going, Liam? So this is the first one was a 1200 series. This one's not. This one's either an 1100 or a 1000. I'll tell you in a minute. It's a 1000 series. Okay, it's a 1000 series. Mikey.
James and 420 just subscribed on Twitch.
Thank you, Mikey, for the support, mate. I really appreciate it. That's got a broken Wi-Fi antenna. Not really a problem at the minute. Looks like it's just been thrown back together. I mean, if it's been used for donor parts, then I can understand why. But I just want to see what the actual deal is with it. So, right, what's missing off this? Let me have a look at that first. John, thank you, buddy.
John Shadow is just subscribed on Twitch.
Right, so we're missing the HDMI chip and the HDMI port. Okay. Just get this off here. So he said that he's done something with the South Bridge. So what I'm going to do first is just pop a HDMI chip on, but let me just have a look and see if this console's been stripped down, because I mean I can use one of my own HDMI chips, but hey, thank you, Thomas.
Thomas O'Donnell donated $5. Do you drink alcohol? And how much would it cost to take a shot with me on camera?
I don't drink, mate, unfortunately. I have the odd bottle of lager here and there, but I really don't drink, and especially not spirits. I appreciate it though, mate. Spirits especially, I don't drink. But I'm not going to strip this one. I'm going to use one of my own HDMI chips for now, because I want to try and fix that 255 error code. So I'll just use my own donor board for now. Yeah, I don't drink really. And when I do, even when I do, it's like on a rare occasion, probably like once every 6 months or something, and I'll have like a bottle of lager, but that's really it. Hey, evening, Ellis.
Ellis Garber donated $2.53. Evening, Phil.
Thank you, buddy. Can't really check the South Bridge. I mean, I can sit there and check the components around it, but it's easier just to take this chip off here and just throw it onto the board. I can check the South Bridge, but it's just way quicker to do this. Yep, I'd be up for drinking coffee.
Stop sending me money. It's weird. Thomas O'Donnell donated $2. It's okay. I love you anyway.
Thank you, buddy. I'd say I love you too, but Sarah might get jealous. I'll sort those caps out in a minute. I've got one that's tombstoned. And one that I've just knocked because I burnt my finger. Hey, thanks, Alice. Yeah, I need to do that myself. I've been meaning to do that. Getting the cats chipped. Yeah, they brought out some stupid law. I want to get my cats done anyway, so yeah. Oh, Bugsy's just playing around, mate. He's all good. Bugsy's sound. He's always trolling. Okay. I'll just grab a HDMI port. Transmitters for pirate radios. That's pretty cool. Thanks for the backup. Ah, you're all good. People don't realise, because obviously sarcasm is impossible to portray over a message.
Arno Albrecht donated $2.14. Hey mate, take yourself a cup of coffee, hot beverage.
Thank you, Arno. I appreciate it, mate. Thank you. Stupid thing. Not a good idea to do it that way. Let me do it from underneath. I'll keep burning my hand. Stop trying to do it differently, Phil. Do it the way you teach everyone else to do it. Now where the frick did I just put my tweezers? Under the board, course. Oh, you cunt. I bet I've just wrecked them tweezers now because I just dropped the freaking things. I survived. Just. Right. See, Phil? The way you always do it works. Just saying. This is EDM 1000. Sorry, EDM 010 1000 series PS5. Belongs to a customer. Just trying to clean up some of the flux that's been left here. So the only problem with doing jobs like this, The only problem with doing jobs like this is obviously I've got to install components before I can even test it. But I don't mind because it's not so bad. I know which components have been taken off, so it's not so bad to just throw some components on, and plus it saved me some time by not having to disassemble this one because it was already disassembled, so it's not so bad. I do just want to inspect all the four corners of this APU. They all seem fine. I'm going to take the foam off though because, well, it's a bit of a mess, you see. Stick is gonna, well, that foam's going to have to be replaced. Yeah, there's liquid metal underneath. I knew there would be. Knew it. Kind of had a feeling. You a PS5. I like working on them. You know what I call PS5s? Job security. State of this APU though. Right, this is all gonna have to come off. I'll leave that there for a minute. I've just left it there for a minute while I clean the APU die. It's all goopy, yeah. nicely tinned. And then to pick this back up, you just put a bit of IPA on your cotton swab, give the liquid metal a tap. Let's try that again. Just keep tapping it. Eventually, it will pick it up. There we go. That, my friends, is what I will call perfect. Oh, I'll nick the foam off this donor board I've got. There we go. Now I can test it. Let me just check the boot sequence. Let's have a look, see. So I'll set my bench power supply to 12 volts. Well, I'm going to set it to 2 volts for well, leave it on 2 volts to start with, just to make sure we don't have a short. Nope. And then I'll give it 12 volts. We don't get a boot sequence, that's not going to power on. That is not going to power on, unfortunately. Okay, so I'll put it in the housing, but it's not going to power on. We don't get any boot sequence at all, so chances are we've got a lot of work to do here. Yep, indeed, drummer. Right, don't worry about the liquid metal on the heatsink for now. I'm not concerned with that. Not concerned with that. Yeah, so we're not going to get a boot at all. It's not going to attempt to power on. Oh, there we go. Let me just check for some voltages. So now that I've actually got it to a point where all of the components are there, I can check for my voltages. So do we get a 5 volt there? We do. Why is that on low speed? 5 volts. We've got 3.3. We've got 5 there. That's acting like it's short, but then again, there is a 0.8 volt rail, so I don't think it is. Although that's a 2.5, and that's... Let me just show you what I mean. So if you look at my multimeter, so when I probe ground, you know, when I short it out, basically, can you see how it drops down to 0? It basically nulls my leads. Well, it does the same on the 2.5 volt rail. That residual voltage was from me, I think. Yeah, so if I move my hands around, it'll pick up a little bit of residual voltage. But it's basically nulling my leads. That's strange. We get 2 volts there. Do we get 5 volts there? We do. What about here? Is that nulling my leads? No, we get 12 volts. RAM's nulling my leads as well. Why? And that 5 volt rail. Huh. That's strange. UART can't. No power. No boot sequence. UART is useless. No boot sequence. No UART. Unfortunately. Right, so the South Bridge has been changed on this. That's the concerning part. And I don't know if it's been done right. Get rid of this donor board. It's the wrong donor board for this console anyway. Yeah, so the South Bridge has been replaced on this. Or at least reballed. So yeah, I need to let it drain the current for a minute, just because there's been power going through the board. Check out down here first. Just sort out that cap there, just to drain any residual power. What happened to shut up multimeter? I just don't use that multimeter anymore. I've still got it. I should start using it again, shouldn't I? Alright, so I'm going to hunt for some shorts then. So, continuity mode. No short there. That fuse is good. Let's check F3501. Good. We have a missing component. Was that where the short was? I have known shorts to be on this specific trace here before. So it could have been. Someone's worked around here. So if that's the case, has one of the fuses blown? Okay. No, residual current. That's why you should always double check. A little bit of liquid metal there. Everyone always forgets to check this magnetics module. Just make sure it's not my encoder. Although it shouldn't be. Because if the encoder on the donor board was faulty, then chances are I would have found that fault and fixed that board. They're donor boards for a reason. Usually because I can't find a short. We have a blown F7001. That would make sense if we've had a 5-volt short. No continuity on F7001 at all. So let's replace that. That would explain a no boot sequence as well. So normally I would say find out why the fuse is blown, but if someone's already repaired a 5-volt short on here, that's why the fuse would have blown, and they've just failed to check the fuse afterwards. So what they've likely done is injected voltage to find the short, and that's blown the fuse. I will double check both sides of this fuse in a second and make sure we don't get a short. Come on. There we go. Following the chain of events down to the problem. Yeah, pretty much. I can't take repairs at the minute, Michael. I've had to cancel my mailbox, mate, because I keep losing parcels. Sorry, what console is it? Xbox One S. Yeah, I can't take repairs until the 26th, mate. I need to update the website in the morning to stop repairs being booked in. I mean, I could pay for one more month, actually. You know what? I'll pay for one more month just to make sure that no customer consoles get lost. Turnaround time, if you've marked it as urgent, is usually 48 hours. I'll pay for one more month on the thing, just so no consoles get lost. I don't want to risk it. Right. So checking for short, no short. Before I replace that, I'm just going to check for a short on Wi-Fi. Sometimes they go hand in hand. Short on 5 volts and a short on Wi-Fi. I've got a missing cap there, I'll replace that. Board needs an ultrasonic, to be honest. Yeah. Alright, let's replace this fuse. Yeah, Michael, because you're probably not going to be the only one sending stuff in anyway, mate, so I'll just pay for another month. I mean, to be fair, that job will pay for it, so it doesn't really matter. This is a slightly different rating, but it is a slightly higher rating, so it's fine. These are 2.5 amp. You want to know a little trick when you can't get the fuse out? Watch this. Drop a bit of flux there because I'm using flux anyway. Take a dabble on my tweezers and bam. Easy as. You both need an ultrasonic. Yeah, no worries, Michael. No worries, mate. I'll add a tad of solder to that because it's not quite got enough on it. I will add a tad, just a little bit. Time to sleep. No worries, Raj. Take it easy, mate. And happy Eid if you're celebrating it, mate. All right, just a little bit of solder. That's better. It's bouncing into place now with surface tension. Just a dabble, do ya? Cool. We have continuity. Little bit of flux. Commonplace to get missing caps around here. Okay, there we go. Okie dokie. Ugh. Missing on my donor board, of course it is. That one's not though. Some of them fall off just from heat. Yeah, that one was broken off by prior repair attempt. I can tell by the way the pads were still on it from the cap itself. Okay, there we go. Fix her up good. Right, I'm just gonna warm this up. Clean this flux from around here as well, and also the BIOS chip isn't soldered great, so I think I'm gonna just run the iron across these. Damn you. I need a new tip cleaner. It's not cleaning my tip as well as it used to. I don't want to reflow the joints on this with the hot air and push it into place because there's a chance it can float the South Bridge. So I only do that when I have to take the BIOS off. It's not worth the risk. More mean to buy scrap motherboards off him instead of disposing them to scrap the gold back out of them. It's worth looking into with boards you no longer need. Yeah, my brother-in-law does it himself. So all of the boards, once I've salvaged everything off, go to him. You don't really make a lot per board, so I'll just give them to him because he's basically collecting them up. He's been collecting them for about 10 years. He's got thousands of them. He calls it his retirement fund, to be honest. So I'll just give them to him. You are right though. It is definitely worth, once you actually finish with all of the usable components or all of the valuable components, it is worth looking into for gold recovery. I don't think there's much gold recovery on PS5 boards, bro. I don't think there's much gold on PS5s. Especially once we've took most of the chips off him. Alrighty. Right. I have wiped up that spot of liquid metal as well. Okie doke. Right. Do we get a boot sequence now? Or rather, do we just get a boot on this? If we get the boot sequence, let's just plug it in. Forget the APU clamp as well. In fact, I don't think it come with an APU clamp, to be honest. But it's fine. We can at least see if it boots. No. It does not. I'm wondering if that South Bridge needs reballing. That's annoying. Let's have a look at the boot sequence then. Let's see if we get anything different, because we were getting literally nothing just. It jumped to 4 milliamps and then straight back down. I'm wondering if that South Bridge has been reflowed or replaced. I don't know. Could be a fake South Bridge. Nah. I think he took it off a donor board. The guy's got donor boards. He runs a repair shop or a repair business. So I think he just took it off a donor board. If he did replace the South Bridge, he would have took it from a donor. But apparently this has been sat for well over a year. Let's just have a look at my boot sequence, see what the situation is. Yeah, straight from 4 milliamps to 0. Yeah, I've got a feeling that this South Bridge is going to need reballing. Let's just make sure it hasn't blown my fuse again. Thermal cam, pointless mate, no current's being drawn. No, my fuse is good. I did check all of the other ones, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Okay. I'm going to reball the South Bridge, because it's definitely been worked on in that area. I don't know what's been done, but it's been worked on. So I'm going to pull this off and I'm going to reball it. I'll know in a minute whether this is a replacement or just been reflowed. I'll know within approximately 1 minute. Then again, this inductor doesn't look the best. Let's just see if I've got continuity on this inductor down here. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Sorry, it was these two inductors down here. The solder joint doesn't look great, so I just thought I'd check it. How's an APU swap on a PS5 ever been done? Not yet, no. Well, I can realign this WinBond chip at the same time. Let's do that first. Whoa. Okay. That's been lifted off and dropped back on. Whoops. So that needs reboarding. An awful lot of oxidised pads and not enough solder. And a lot of bridge pads as well. Yeah, okay, well, this is bad. This is not good at all. This is not good at all. Because I can see bridge pads, and if I can see bridge pads, that means we've got solder mask exposed underneath. So there's one there, look, can you see that? There's one there. I think that's the only bridged one, but we've also got solder mask underneath the chip. One there as well, look. I'm going to be gentle. Do not want to lose this solder mask that's been put down. I'll be able to separate the bridges. I'll be able to. I mean, see, here's the thing. Like, the bridges themselves are fine, because if they're bridged, then it's because they're on the same line. So that's not an issue. Like, the actual bridge is fine. It's the fact that when you do get the solder mask exposed, or the traces exposed, when the solder mask comes off the board, when you flow down a new chip, the solder is going to flow across both of the pads, or however many pads there are. There's some pads where there's like 4 or 5 different pads on one line, you know, like high current circuits. So when the solder mask's not there, and you've just got a straight trace, the solder's got more of a surface area to cover. So when you solder the new chip on, the solder that's on those traces is all going to flow down together. And even though the solder balls are the same size, because it's also filling in the in-between, in the middle, you've now got less solder on those pads compared to the other pads. So you end up with either an intermittent contact or no contact at all, which is why you have to put the solder mask on to stop that from happening. It's not so bad on, for example, a QFN or something like that. You know, if you've got solder mask exposed, as long as they're not bridging between pins. But a BGA is very important. Orient to the bad trace. I'll show you in a minute, mate. Once I've cleaned it up, I'm just going to get rid of I'm just going to get some solder wick, some solder braid, and try and gently remove the solder without damaging the solder mask any more than it already is. I'll show you how I'm going to do that in a second. And doing it this way, I might end up having to replace that clock chip as well, and I probably will, just for good measure, because it's going to need a fair bit of heat. So I've got a few more pieces of solder braid just there. But what I'm going to do is I'm just going to use hot air with my solder blade on my tweezers. I might end up knocking a few components, but that's fine, I can put them back. So you see that exposed trace there? Solder mask is very weak on this. Very, very, very weak. A couple of pads which haven't quite cleaned. There you go. Should be good enough. You've been learning new tricks. I've been doing that for years, mate. I do it on MacBooks. Because MacBooks are like butter. Let's turn my light down a little bit. I need it fairly dark so I can see. You can use hot tweezers, yeah. Is it difficult to work with the glare? I have tried anti-glare stuff, but I can't get used to it. So I'll just work with it. I'm kind of used to the way it's set up at the minute. I'll just drop some solder mask there, just off to the side. I've had this solder mask for 5 years. Use the very thin part of my tweezers. I'm just going to add a little bit in the middle to that one. So all you want to do really is just break these two pads up. And then you see where it tadpoles? So I call this tadpoling. You see where you got the pad there and then you got it running off to the side? I call that tadpoling because it looks like a tadpole. Just for future reference. So anywhere where it's tadpoling is a place for solder to run off. And we need to fill it all in. Or most of it. We only want a thin layer. But it's all potential for the solder to run off and cause uneven solder balls. I'm just going to go around, look for all of the potential issues, and try and sort them. I'm never going to get all of it, but if I can get most of them. So I'm just going to go very, very slowly and try checking each individual pad. That's just ground, but it doesn't really matter. Still get it anyway if I can. These are the important ones. You got SSD stuff and SSD power stuff there. Well, I think I've got most of them. I think I've got the majority. Yeah, so the problem the person who's worked on this has had is that they've just gone too rough on it. That they haven't taken care, and when it comes to working with BGA, and it comes down to experience really, but you kind of get used to how rough you can be with it. Right, avert your eyes if you don't want sunburn. Yeah, you kind of get used to it, but you know, it takes a lot of practice to be able to do it basically with your eyes closed. I do read chat, Goose. I just, when I'm focused on something, I kind of try and give it my full attention, especially considering these don't belong to me; they belong to customers. So when I'm actually doing something what requires, you know, a lot of attention, I don't tend to look up at chat. To me, yes, I like to read chat. I like to see what you guys are saying and stuff like that. But some things are more important, if that makes sense. Like when it comes to working on someone else's device, if it's one of my own devices, I'll be paying attention all day. But it's I have to pay attention when it comes to customers. You've never seen that method before, Andrew? Not a South Bridge replacement, South Bridge reball. Because someone's lifted it and not reballed it properly. Alright, that should be good enough. Let's just clear that away. I mean, obviously that hasn't cured fully because it was a big clump, but it's fine. There we go. Let's have another look. I think we're pretty much good to go there. A couple of raised pads which I could do with taking care of. Don't try this at home. Alright. Yep, okay. You couldn't really see that, but there was a bit of excess solder on a couple of those pads. It doesn't matter that they're scratched, and in fact it will actually help it, because if there's any oxidation underneath the solder, it'll get rid of it. So don't worry about the fact that it's scratched. Let's work on the South Bridge next. Alright. Which one's my South Bridge holder? South Bridge stencil. My magnet. Ah, there's my holder. A little word of advice: if you're using these Mayo stencils, don't put it in the magnet until you've wicked it away, because if you're wicking it away, your soldering iron is just going to go bang and crush the chip on the magnet. Just a little bit of advice. Okay. Again, with this, I've got to get rid of all of the oxidation. So I'll run over it with the iron. I'll wick it away, and then I'll run over it with the iron again. So ain't no way I'm sitting there and scraping every single pad with the soldering iron. That would be rather silly. The wick's fairly abrasive anyway, so it'll get rid of some of the oxidation by wicking it. I've got solder balls stuck underneath here, which is why it's not sitting flat. So you can see how those two pads are kind of tinning. See? What you can do, well, first of all, you can take your wick and just get rid of any excess solder balls that you've got on your stencil. That was one there, look. And there it's gone. Let me just clean up a little bit, clean my stencil, or clean my jig rather. I'll show you another trick as well. So many tricks in one repair. I'm going to show you another trick for getting rid of oxidation on a chip. Something I do if there's several pads which are oxidized. So I'll just clean this up. So look at the state of that. So you can see I've got, if I get it in the right orientation, now it's sitting flat, look. So you can see I've got loads of pads there which are oxidized, right? So here's what I do. Throw some flux on there. And then I'll take a little bit of solder braid. And I'm going to fill the solder braid with solder. Watch this. One pad there just deoxidized. There we go. Doesn't always work. Let's just throw some more solder, some more flux on. You're basically using the solder that's on the braid to tin the pads, but at the same time, it's scraping them and it's getting rid of the oxidation. See? There's one in the corner being stubborn because I can't quite keep the chip still. There's a couple that are pretty bad there on the edge. There we go. Do with a bit more solder. The link for request a quote or email me is broken. Right, I will fix that, mate. If you just go to consolefix.shop, you'll be able to do it through there. Okay, so because I've given these pads a scrape, most of them now should take solder. Right, I'm going to have to wick this away. Flux is your friend, yeah. Yeah, also I normally scrape with the tweezers, but when there's this many to do, it's a bit of a pain in the ass. So I've done most of them now, so the rest I can get with the tweezers. But there was like probably 50 pads there which were really badly oxidized. Whereas now, I know it scraped some of the coating off. But most of them now are looking pretty good. Like it just scraped some of the coating off, but honestly that's fine. On the chip side of it, it's fine because we've got the stencil to guide us. It's the pads on the board that you need to be careful of. That one's real bad.
Stop sending me money. It's weird.
Thank you, Phil.
Stop it. Phil May donated $10. Thanks for your contribution to the craft.
Thank you for your contribution to my bank. Thank you, buddy. I really appreciate that, mate. Thanks for the support. Alright, so I'm hoping that these all take solder now. So if the pads don't take solder with the iron, they're not going to take solder with the solder balls. So it's pointless doing anything until we've got a touch of solder on each pad. Like, each pad has got to take solder with the iron, I mean. So did you see that oxidized one that I just scraped? How it just took solder immediately. What about this one up here? Are you going to take solder now? You can scrape it with the edge of the iron as well if you're using a bevel tip. That one's not. Ah, there we go. Sometimes changing angle works. Yeah, we're going to go over every single pad and make sure that they all take solder. Let's just push a bit of flux over that way. There we go, that corner one got it. Probably do with more flux on there actually. What about that pad there? Are you going to take solder? Yeah, there we go. One down here. Just have to keep adding flux and scraping away. Eventually you'll get them. If the chip was cheaper, I wouldn't mind. I'd just replace the chip, but these chips are not cheap. But there we go. That's accepting solder on every single pad. We're good to go. I know that the coating's scraped off a little bit. But it's better than using it. It's better than replacing it. Yeah, still using Kingbow, buddy. Still using Kingbow. Kingbow's the one. It's cheap and it works. There you go. Consolefix.shop, of course, for the flux. Reboarding fixes everything. Yeah, there's no such thing as too much flux. The only thing too much flux does is waste your money. But then I suppose that's good, because then you buy more from me. Look at how beautiful those pads are now. I'll show you in a minute. Every single pad is looking nice. And every single pad should take a solder ball. That one's a little bit iffy. Just there. Give it a scrape, it'll be fine. Yeah, every pad is looking good. Alright. Hey, thank you. Russy Russ. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the support, mate. Alright. Coat it with flux. There is such thing as too much flux when you're reballing, by the way. You only want a thin layer. What the hell are you on there? Get off. Right, every pad is accessible by the stencil. Drop that on there. There we go. 0.5mm balls. There you go. Just collect up the excess. All I do to collect up the excess is just press down on my finger, because my fingers have got flux on them anyway. Well, it's either that or Spanner's Mom's Fanny Juice. One of the two. And there we go. You know I'm a balls guy. I do use solder paste for some stuff. A lot of people think that you have to use really low airflow. It's not the case. You just have to know how to direct it. My airflow right now is at 40%, 440 degrees Celsius. In fact, I'm on 90% now. Just gotta know how to control it. Like Gandalf, we know you can reball. Why don't I stick to my finger? I don't know, to be honest. I just never seem to do unless I press down on it. Alright. Flux time. Make sure we got a nice covering. Have I just lost no, it's just the angle. It was just the angle of the camera. Okay, there we go. Does that mean I have to be self-conscious of other people's opinion? Yeah, I guess it does. Some people don't like people to know who they've subscribed to, though, to be honest. Alright, that is looking good. I always give it one final reflow, by the way, after I've took the stencil off. This time I will drop my airflow back down to 40%. Just because I don't want any solder balls that are not stuck, if there are any, to end up flying off. We can see how some of those solder balls ended up moving. It's because I wasn't quite aligned fully, which is why I always reflow it for a final time. Normally I'd clean this, but because it's going straight onto a board, it's kind of pointless. I'll just wait for it to fully cool down. Before I move it. I'm going to start to pull the solder balls out again. That's probably just flux and stuff on your fingers. I mean, to be fair, my fingers right now are covered in flux. I mean, you guys know how critical I am of having clean hands usually. But the cake's in flux in a minute, so when I go and get a coffee in a minute, I'll wash my hands. But yeah, I don't know. They just don't seem to stick with me. I don't know why. If I use my finger normally, Spanner's mum gets wet. I'm just saying. Tobacco sticking to my fingers now. I mean, I am pretty OCD with my hands being clean normally. Absolutely hate my hands being dirty. Okay, there we go. Beautiful. Move the stencil. make sure it's lined up properly. Right, we've got enough flux on the chip itself to do the first flow. I knew that was going to fall. I was trying to make sure it was aligned fully. Imagine it still don't turn on. Yeah, that's the risk you have to take. That was absolutely perfectly lined up. Spot on. Okay, there we go. Good. I'll wait for that to cool down. Just give it a couple of minutes. Cool down enough to clean it now. Alright. Right. It's cool enough to touch, so it's cool enough to apply power. If it's cool enough to touch, it's below 46 degrees Celsius.
Fraglac just subscribed on Twitch.
Fucking hell, it sounds like Stream Elements just had a stroke. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate the support. I'm not going to attempt to say your name. because it'll sound like I've had a stroke as well. Beautiful. Dot's not facing the clock. It's the right way. You ain't gonna get me. I double checked it. You are not gonna get me, Andrew. I'm sure. Don't you worry. Still not fucking powering on though, is it? God damn it. No! Oh, that's annoying. Did we get voltages? Called it. No, you didn't call it. You said it wasn't facing the right way. It is facing the right way, so bite me. 5, 3, 3, 5, 2, 5, 2.48. Oh, 3.14. Okay, it's just a connection issue. Right, so we're getting voltage on the South Bridge now. What's my boot sequence now? Oh, 35 BLSV cans. I wish, mate. I've got a Red Bull addiction. Red Bull need to sponsor me and stop being arseholes. I'm going to Red Bull I drink. Right. Let's have a little nose around, see what else we can find. Reach out to them. Nah, they ain't going to sponsor me. I swear too much. Chips perfectly aligned, perfectly soldered. And yes, Andrew, it is on the correct way. Right, I'm going to have a look at my boot sequence and just see what the score is there. Console Fix.shop sponsored by Red Bull. I'm getting a full boot sequence. Oh, hang on. It's hanging on 280 milliamps. Yeah, it's hanging on 283 milliamps. It's not getting to the final boot stage. I can feel the SSD controller turning on now. Let me just test my fuses again. No, the South Bridge is fine, mate. It's getting a boot sequence now. I'm getting 300 milliamps and it's dropping down to 288, so it's not getting past whatever turns on after this, the SSD controller. Hang on, we do have a little bit of liquid metal leakage. Just there. Let me try that again. I really need to get some new probes for the bench supply rather than keep swapping them. In fact, I'll order some in a minute. Try that again because I did have a little bit of liquid metal leakage. Yeah, 280. So I can feel this. I felt the heat of the SSD controller coming on. Try UART. I could try UART now, yeah, because I do get a boot sequence now. That is an option. I'll try it in a minute if I can't figure it out. I'm just going to test my fuses and stuff again. Check for any more shorts. South Bridge is bad. Oh, hang on. Is he? No, resistance is increasing. Just residual current, never mind. Trying to think what it could be. No, I don't think it's the RAM. I'm pretty sure the RAM turns on before the SSD. Right, where's my UART reader? Where the fuck's my UART reader gone? There it is. Now where have I put my solder reel? Where have I just put my solder? I always lose that. Oh, it's here. I got it. I'm not going to explain UART now. If anyone wants to know, you shall have to watch the video. There is a UART video on my channel on YouTube. It tells you everything you need to know. Alright. I'll just grab a USB. There we go. I wasn't happy when I plugged her in. Wasn't happy at all. Doubt it's gonna work. Right, we'll choose option 1. COM19, option 4. And yeah, it's not allowing it. It is not allowing it. So it's just hanging because it's not happy. It's not happy at all. I think it might be the BIOS. No, it's not. If it was the BIOS, we wouldn't get a boot sequence. Just make sure I haven't got the TX and RX mixed up. I keep swapping wires. Damn it. Okay, that was a bit happier. Still not picking up though. Still not picking up. Yeah, it's not happy with you art at all. Desolder, you fucker. Damn it. Now the ribbons come out. Could well be a bad South Bridge. But not necessarily, because it's hanging on one of the power rails. Like, one of the power rails can't turn on. Don't think I'm going to find any shorts though, that's the problem. I think I might just change the South Bridge again. Well, actually change the South Bridge. No, the 5-volt line's fine. Did I check Wi-Fi earlier on? No, Wi-Fi's fine. Yeah, let's grab a South Bridge off a donor board. Try that. I should really be using the board, the other board. That's a 6.9. Then we'll put a 6.9 on it. 6.1 here. Only problem is now is the conformal coating's got a chance of coming off when I take the South Bridge off again. I'm gonna go grab a coffee in a minute. This is a reballed South Bridge, so shouldn't have any oxidised pads on this. Keyword there being shouldn't, of course. Probably have though. That was almost a perfect pull. If it wasn't for those few top pads. Really, I should have just changed the South Bridge the first time instead of relying on a potentially faulty South Bridge. That's how a South Bridge wicking should go. That's how it should go. Okay. Yeah, could have damaged it with too much heat, yeah. Alright. Yeah, that's how a South Bridge wicking should go. Do, 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 do. And that's why you hold the stencil, because it pops. Yeah, all the time, Bugsy. I'll try and read comments, but Yeah, Skittish Gaming, I'm sorry, but I don't read comments constantly. If I'm paying attention to something, I've got to pay attention to it. Like, this is like surgery, mate. I can't read comments all the time. The point of the live streams is to repair stuff and teach people how to do it. I apologise if I miss a comment. It does require a lot of attention. The best time to get me is while I'm not doing something. But this especially, like this shit here, this is not easy. Like, I know I make it look easy, but that's just one of those things. It always looks a lot easier than it actually is. Alright, there we go. Lift it off the table because it cools down quicker. But the table transfers heat as well. Beautiful. What did that take? 5 minutes? The reason I'm used to this is because, I mean, bear in mind, I sell these on my online store. So I'm always reballing them. Consolefix.shop. Alright. Move that well out of the way so I don't end up dropping that one back on. I'm going to gently run over with just my iron. This is leaded soldered anyway, so it's not a big deal if I don't replace it with leaded. Just like that. Collect up some of the solder off the pads. There we go. And then I'm going to do exactly what I did earlier. I'm going to use my solder braid and tweezers to wick away at the pads and try and gently wick them. I will run over it with the iron, but just real gentle. See, we've got a pad which is exposed. Yeah, so we've got a pad where some of the conformal coatings come back off. So I'm going to have to fix that, which is rather annoying. This is a problem when you're working with a device like this. It can get pretty frustrating. It's a bit out of focus, sorry guys. I think I've got them. No, one there. Should do it. Thank you, John. Appreciate you, mate. Be patient to wait until every bit of solder is wetted. Yeah, you gotta. It does take a lot of patience. To be honest with you, it just takes practice. Like it's not difficult once you've practiced. Like everything's hard. It's like driving. Like when you first get in a car, 99% of people are not gonna be able to do it. It's the same with soldering. Like 99% of people, especially if you're driving like a manual or something, most people are not gonna be able to drive it. They're gonna stall it. They're gonna fuck up. They're gonna mess up. It happens, but you just keep practicing and eventually you get better. Like it's one of those things. It's like anything. It all takes practice. Like no one's perfect. Jesus, I could not reball to save my life when I first started doing micro soldering. Like even when I got good at the actual micro soldering part, honestly, the amount of hours I had to spend, just practicing reballing. It's the same with like trace repair as well. I mean, I'm pretty good at trace repair now. Like, I can do BGA trace repair, and if a pad was missing on this BGA stuff, I'd be able to repair it. But when I first started, like, yeah, no chance. Like I actually used to intentionally damage pads just to practice, like on my own boards, of course. But it's just one of those things. Yeah, you're not going to get there overnight. Like it's it's definitely a skill which you need to practice a lot. Like you're not, I don't think anyone's going to be naturally born being able to do this. Like it's not like singing or something like that where you can just sing. But anyone could learn to do it. Like I've taught my, at the time, 14-year-old nephew to solder. I did a live stream once, and I literally taught my 14-year-old nephew to solder. He'd never touched a soldering iron in his life. By the end of the night, I had him soldering basic components with hot air with no issue, like no mistakes. Like it can be learned and it can be taught. Same with the fault finding stuff as well. Like that takes a lot of practice. Whoops. That's the right orientation anyway. So kind of fell into place. Right. One little trick, if you're trying to align the chip and you're struggling, like if you drop the chip on, let's say you put the chip there, right? You can clearly see it's out of line, but let's say you can't, right? When it's out of line, if you press down on the chip, a little bit of pressure with your 2 index fingers and wiggle it, can you see it moving? Now watch this. If I put it directly, like I can get that pretty much lined up straight away, but if I put that roughly in the right spot, I'm going to move it, wiggle it, and as soon as it lines up, as soon as every single pad is touching the solder, well, as soon as every solder board is touching the pads, it locks itself in. And see how I'm wiggling that and it's not moving? It's locked in. It's like the solder is biting onto the solder pads. And that's another reason I use the tweezers and press down on the tweezers, because my finger sticks to it with the flux. But it'll bite and it'll lock into place. Like some people, like I know Lewis Rossman, he'll intentionally leave it kind of out askew a little bit, and that works. It's just, there is a risk of it sliding around. But I know Lewis Rossman does it where he'll literally leave it like a millimetre out of line. Because that way then he can see when it jumps. What I look for is the flux around the edge. I'm looking for that flux to suck in and then splurge back out. And that'll tell me that the chip's dropped. You ready? It's sucking in. And then it's pushing back out, look, can you see? There we go. Right, we're going to leave that for a minute. Like surface tension. Not really. It's more just the fact that the solder balls are all biting onto the like they're all, because they're all in line. Like the solder pads are kind of recessed a little bit, but they're not completely flat. If you was to look at it really close, you'll see that the solder pads are kind of recessed below the surface level of the board, very slightly. So when the solder balls sit on top of it, if you push down on it, it kind of locks it into place. think that's flux on that top of that chip. No, it's solder mask. Ha! It's solder mask. It's fine. Alright. I've got to wash my hands. Look at that. That's all liquid metal and flux. Ugh. Disgusting. Alright, let me have a look at my boot sequence. Yes. That is a yes. That South Bridge is bad. That's going to power on. Ask me how I know. And it's going to power on. Or it's going to attempt to power on. We are going to get a blue light on this. Well, sorry, no, I'll rephrase it. We're going to get a beep. That's all I can confidently say. Is it going to boot? I don't know. But we're going to get at least a beep. So, my boot sequence when I first started was 0. Well, 4 milliamps and then down to 0. That tells me that there's potentially an issue with the South Bridge. And my boot sequence with the customer South Bridge on there, after I'd reballed it, was 300 milliamps and then hanging at 280 milliamps. Now it drops back down to 9 milliamps, which is what we're expecting. So it should jump up to 300 milliamps and then drop back down to 9 milliamps. Or maybe we're not going to get a boot sequence power on. Right, what? What? But I am getting a boot sequence. Huh. Alright, maybe I was a little bit too confident. We get a boot sequence, what the fuck? So why are we not getting power on? Well, sorry, I'll rephrase that. How are we not getting power? We'll get UART now at least. Okay, now it's hanging on 6 milliamps again. What the fuck? So when it was warm, it was attempting to boot up. And now it's not. Ah, there's a solder ball not made a connection. It's it gave me a boot sequence when I pressed down on it. Son of a bitch. You would be wrong, Andrew. Jinx to repair. Oh, come on. Is it too hot to pair on? It's still a little bit warm. I'm gonna stay to my fucking hands. I'm gonna have to go and wash my hands in a minute. You watch it give me a boot sequence when it's out of the case. Watch it give me a boot sequence out of the case. No, 6 milliamps. I'm wondering if these pads are just too far gone. It's not giving me a boot sequence again now. Nine milliamps and nothing. It's definitely related to the South Bridge area. That's fucking annoying. It gave me a boot sequence. I don't know 100% if it was working now. The thing is, do I really want to replace that South Bridge again? Do I really want to replace that South Bridge again? Don't think I do. Could be imperfections in the BGA, yeah. I've got no shorts anywhere. It has to be Southbridge related. And I was getting the boot sequence when I first put this Southbridge on. No, I've never had the battery cause an issue. As I've replaced hundreds of these Southbridges. Never had an issue. Yeah, zero. Never had an issue with the Southbridge because of a battery. In fact, I've had these on the BGA machine and everything with the battery still attached. The battery wouldn't stop it powering on anyway, so it's definitely not that. That Southbridge could be dead. Tell you what, I'm gonna go and make a cup of coffee, and then I'll replace that Southbridge once more. It's pretty freaking annoying though. Yeah, I'll replace it once more. It could be a dead Southbridge, but it is a donor Southbridge after all. I am getting 9 milliamps again, so that was the original fault. So yeah, I'll run and grab a cup of coffee and then I'll change it like one last time. As 100%, I've done it hundreds of times. I never take the battery out. Never had a problem, mate. Never had a problem. Right, I'll be back in a minute. I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. Where's my freaking phone? Oh, it's in my pocket. Never mind. I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Panic over. Alright. A few people have been saying about uncompressed data on games like Call of Duty and stuff. I said, I know why they fill those games with random uncompressed data. You want to know why? Because the more they fill your drive up with crap, the less games you can install. The less games you can install, the more time you spend in their game buying their shitty little add-on packs and microtransactions. Yeah. Yeah, that's why. How's it going, Miles? Yep. You can't install as many games, so you spend more time on theirs. As if it's not. It's not. I will guarantee 100% it's not because of that. Sorry, but it's not. I've removed hundreds upon hundreds. And I never remove the battery. I've never removed the battery, ever. Unless there's an issue with the battery terminals, I don't remove it. And I've replaced hundreds of safe bridges. Hundreds of them. Tags, hello mate. Is that you, Callum? £6 terabytes. Damn, that's enough for 3 games. Mine's got none because I sold my PS5 last week. Ha! 306,175,000. Ha! That is a lot of data, Phantom. Alright, I'm going to replace this once more. Instead of faffing around with the wick, I'm just gonna, with the hot air on the wick, I'm gonna just do it as is. I'll just be gentle with it. Alright. That's fine. Right, I need to find a board with the South Bridge on. Do. I think Twitch have fallen asleep watching him and South Bridge as you've done. Probably. Right, where the hell is my flux? There it is. Right. Used half a tube of freaking flux on this board. No wonder my hands were caked in it. Right, I'm just going to wick this away so I can tin the pad, so I can get rid of the oxidation. Let me just clean it up. I think I've got them all. Pain in the ass things. Hate solder pads sometimes. Cool. Yep, looks like I got them all. Cool. Got him. All right. Cool. There we go. Got him. Done. Right, that is the last time I'm changing that South Bridge. If you don't work with two, then it's got another fault. Still too warm. Dooby 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 doo. Boom! Ha! Yeah, I know you're overeating. Hey! Thank you, dude. Thank you. Oh, no, you're overeating. Relax. I need a heat sink, because this one didn't come with one. I need a heat sink, because this didn't come with one. Come with one. Come with one. Cheers, Wizard. Thank you, mate. It was about South Bridge. Yeah, looks like it. Must have been the heat was allowing it to temporarily work. Temporarily give me a boot sequence on the other one. That's really all I can think of. Like, you know, when I first flowed it down. Right, I need a screw. I am a screw loose. I'm looking for a screw and I can't find one. Come on, gotta have another screw on the table here somewhere. Give me a goddamn screw, motherfucker. I hate it when they end up coming to me with no heatsink, because I can never find the screws for them, or I can never find a screw for them. I'm trying to think where I can find a screw for heatsink. Come on, motherfucker. I need a screw. 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 And not the one you put in a PS5. Ha! Got him. Got him. I need a screw. I haven't got a screw. There's one. Got him. Tack weld it down. Ha! Rip Carlos. Beep, beep, mother trucker. Yeah. Yeah, buddy. All right, it's gonna be stuck in safe mode now. Maybe not. All right, there we go. Right. Turn this camera on. Shut up, phone. HDMI. Ugly cam. Ugly cam. I just chucked a load of boxes there. Trying to find screws. You're on the wrong input source. Aren't you? No, you're not. Hello? Freaking cables. It's not booting. She's giving me lung blood. Ah, there we go. Never mind. Your M2 wasn't removed properly. That's why you've got lung blood. Alright, well, that is why they call me the engineer. Yeah! Let's get it. Let's go. Spa treatment for errors, yeah. I like that shirt. I bought this off eBay. Bought it off eBay. Hit them to work harder. Ha! Yeah. There we go. Job done. So yeah, the customer will get a working console. And don't know what he wants to do with the rest of the parts. It's 3:04 AM, so I was going to have a look at this other PS5, but yeah, I don't think I should be sitting there replacing SSD controllers and shit at this time of night, so I'm going to leave it there. That's a win. Yeah, it turned out there's a blown fuse and a South Bridge which didn't get reballed properly, so I'll take it. I'll give it a full test tomorrow after, well, when I get up in the morning. Yeah, there we go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Right. Yeah, I am going to leave it there. Is Mr. Boot still streaming? I mean, when that starts to flash, you know it's time to go. Because that battery is dying. So, yeah. You know it's time to go when that starts to flash. But yeah. I'll call it a win. Thank you, Wizard. Appreciate it, mate. Cheers, Kals. Thanks, Phantom. IJs. Is Mr. Booter still streaming? If he is, I'll raid him. He is indeed. So, yeah. Thank you all for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the support as always. I'll see you all in the next one. Probably be streaming again tomorrow or the day after, maybe. Get some more repairs done. Until then, see you all later. Take care, everyone. Good night.